No, no, I'm getting that's an angle. Figuring out my shot line. Yeah, that better, 38, 40. That's how it works.
Yeah, you just sit there like in awe of this I remember Davis, where you were born, you know, this was like a big, I'm coming down now, and you know, absolutely amazing. Extra boost. That's what I need. exactly. I mean, the thing is, they probably toss it, it's probably written down on a piece of paper and got tossed. You never want to take that chance. I can't imagine they have a database. But I also feel like it's feeling, I'm always on top of those when I play an angler. Like, someone, any score against you to really get that fast. In any ease, you know, I think I'm doing the same as on the job. When I got married, I had to fill out every form every time I did. Every single day. So when you go to 2600 classes, no right to detain me, go through my fucking tickets. And then he gave me a ticket which immediately got thrown out of court. So like, yeah, I don't know where they end up. Everyone in here, can't go back. back on an angle.
House where he will now be forced to sit every day through this court case. It will sit Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday for 5 to 6 weeks, and he has been reminded by the judge that he needs to be there every single day. I think, Jane, this extraordinary spectacle was summed up very well by the newspaper of this town, by the New York Times, that said today, a criminal trial which will unfold like any other, even though it has a defendant like no other. It will be an extraordinary spectacle to see the former president, sit in that courtroom. The first day, of course, we will hear the opening statements from the prosecution, from the defence, and then the witnesses will be called. But the first moment, I think, will be to see what he looks like as he comes out through that door. We can see the Secret Service gathering. The convoy of vehicles have been waiting for some time outside the side door to take him on that journey from here to the bottom end of the island of Manhattan, where this extraordinary trial will begin.
And Mark, extraordinary legally, but also the impact that it will have on his campaign to return to presidency of the United States.
Yes, because, as I say, he'll be here. He cannot be on the campaign trail. And, you know, in the run-up to these trials, I think he has very effectively used the trials themselves, and there are, in theory, there will be 4 of them. This is the first of 4 trials that will take place in different parts of the country, and he's used them effectively to cast himself as the victim. The problem for him now is that he has to be in this trial for every day that it sits, as I say, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And that means that he cannot be on the campaign trail. He can't be around the country. He's got to be here in New York. The only point at which he can effectively, as he would see it, campaign is the moments when he goes into court and when he comes out of court at the end of the day. And we saw last week that he used those moments to address the cameras. But even then, he is limited in what he can say because of gag orders that the judge has imposed on him. So this is restrictive. It is restrictive for a man who is very capable of controlling his own narrative, who likes to shape what people see and what people don't see. He's unable to do that. Observers in the courtroom last week, and some journalists do get seats in the actual courtroom themselves, say he looked forlorn at the end of each day. That was their judgment of what he looked like. A man that I think will struggle with the inability that he will have to be able to control the moments of this 5 or 6 week court hearing. It truly is history being made, and we will see what voters make of it. One other observation, Jane, which I think is really interesting. I was here for the indictment last March, here in this very spot, and you couldn't move for TV cameras and also for supporters of Donald Trump, who some of whom will be New Yorkers. He doesn't have much support here, but he does have some, and they were all here. And you really couldn't move. It's very, very different. The feeling here today is not the same as it was back then. The police have put out these metal barriers, but no one has turned up. I imagine, and we'll hear from James in a moment, but I imagine where he is, it is a little busier, certainly more media gathered. But we have been struck, we were certainly struck last week, that if he had hoped that he would be able to garner support of the public coming out here to see this moment and to gee him up effectively, well, they're not here.
Mark, let's cross to James Matthews, who, as you say, is outside the court in New York. And James, what is the atmosphere like there?
Well, like Mark said, it's flat. It's flatter than it has been in the past. I mean, Mark was there a year ago on arraignment day, and I was down at the court. And this place was mobbed with international media, certainly with protesters, anti-Trump and pro-Trump. That is not the case here today. The media has rather thinned out. No protesters. There are reasons for that. You'll remember last Friday, Max Azzarello, a 37-year-old man from Florida, set himself on fire in the park across the road from the court. That park has now been cordoned off, clearly security measures have been redrafted on the back of that. But I do wonder if there is a degree of Trump fatigue that has set in over the year. Bear in mind that this case, yes, it will play out over 4, 5, 6 weeks in court. It has played out over the past 12 months. The allegations, the crime, the prosecution case, the defence has been aired very publicly in considerable detail. And I do wonder how much we have to learn from the case and what we'll hear in court. It will be intriguing. You know, Hope Hicks, the former press secretary, Kellyanne Conway, who was in the room with Trump, people who were in the vicinity of Trump himself when criminal conduct was taking place. Fresh evidence. That will be interesting to hear. But in terms of the nuts and bolts and the key elements of the case, we've heard it. We've heard about the payments to Stormy Daniels, $130,000. The payments to Karen McDougal, a former Playboy model. Both of them will come to court to give their versions of events, much of which we have heard. In terms of what we'll hear witness evidence today, Jane, the first we expect is David Pecker. He is the owner of the National Enquirer. He was the publisher of the National Enquirer magazine, famous American tabloid, famous for lurid headlines, rednecks took over our trailer park, and so on. That was the kind of media he dealt in. Big friend of Trump, long-time ally. And he was at the heart of what they called a catch and kill scheme, to catch stories, negative stories about Trump, and kill them, make sure they didn't reach the public arena. That was the case with the porn star and the Playboy model. They were paid off to keep their stories about affairs with Donald Trump quiet, and the payments were made. The payments in themselves were not illegal. What was illegal, according to the prosecution, was their recording in the books, in the company books. They were recorded as legal expenses. In the case of Stormy Daniels, a series of checks were paid to Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's lawyer, the bagman who went to Stormy Daniels, gave her $130,000 and said, look, keep quiet about this. We don't want this in the public arena. We're trying to get our man elected to the White House. So that's what happened there. And that payment was recorded as legal expenses to Michael Cohen. The prosecution say that was falsifying business records just days before the election to keep a story quiet so that Trump could get elected. Therefore, it's election interference. That is the crime for which he is being prosecuted in a place which, you know, is in a dark end of lower Manhattan, the Bowery, traditionally a place where Donald Trump wouldn't be seen dead in the old days. This midtown Manhattan boy, billionaire, king of Manhattan, host of The Apprentice. He's now keeping the company of criminals. I've been watching coachloads of correction vehicles transporting the criminal traffic through this Soviet-era style building where New York processes its crooks. That's the building that Trump will be heading into very shortly today to hear the opening statements and to hear the evidence of the early witnesses.
James and Mark, thank you both so much. We will come back to you in a short while. We will return to New York to see Donald Trump leave for court. But we, in the meantime, are going to take a short break. Welcome back. You're joining us. We're taking this live shot from Trump Tower in New York as the former US President Donald Trump is due to leave his apartment for his hush money trial as that gets underway. He is, of course, accused of falsifying business records to conceal a payment to the porn star Stormy Daniels to keep an affair secret before the last election in 2016. He denies the claims. Let's return to our correspondent, Mark Stone, who's down there at Trump Tower. Mark, you talked a little bit about how angry the former President Trump is about having to be in court every single day. I mean, how long could this trial go on for?
Well, I mean, 4, 5, 6 weeks, certainly. And you're right, he is not happy about the fact he's got to be here every day. It sits Monday, Tuesday, there's a break every Wednesday, and then it sits Thursday and Friday as well. And so that restricts his ability to be able to do what any presidential candidate needs to do at this time in a presidential campaign, and is to be out and about around the country. He can't be. For these 6 weeks, he has to be here, and the judge has reminded him of that fact and has said that if he fails to turn up, he could be arrested and he could be put in prison. Those are the stakes. For a man who is so obsessed with control, who is good at controlling his own narrative, at shaping his own story, for the duration of this trial, he will be unable to do that. You'll have to excuse the noise here as dumpsters, as they call them, rubbish lorries drive past us here in Midtown Manhattan, outside court. I think I can see the president. President Trump, how are you feeling, sir? Can you convince this jury? So there he is, the 45th President of the United States, emerging from a side entrance of Trump Tower here in Midtown Manhattan to head 50 or so blocks south of here to the bottom end of Manhattan, to the Bowery, to the Manhattan Criminal Court, where he will begin today this criminal trial against him. It is, as I said before, the story of a president, a porn star, and a payment. Whether or not that payment was legal, that will now be up to a jury to decide as this moment in American history gets underway. The Secret Service and the convoy of vehicles is just heading off now. He's in one of those vehicles and he will head south for those 50 blocks. It's about with traffic, about a 20-minute journey from here down to the court. A journey that he will make twice a day, every day, for the duration of this trial. A quite remarkable moment as he attempts to prove his innocence and to prove that he did nothing wrong with these payments that were made to Stormy Daniels, payments which the prosecution says were to keep her quiet, to keep her story about her alleged affair with him out of the headlines. This is a deeply personal moment for Donald Trump. It may not be the most serious of the cases against Mr. Trump. And remember, he faces 4 criminal trials. Legal experts say this is not the most serious in terms of legality. But for him, it is deeply personal because it involves an alleged extramarital affair. And it brings him to a grim courthouse at the bottom end of Manhattan every day, where he will have to listen to deeply personal testimony. And the jury, 7 men, 5 women, who were chosen last week, they will listen to it all and they will judge whether or not the 45th president is guilty or innocent.
OK, Mark, thanks for the time being. Thanks very much. Let's bring in Randy Zalin, who is a criminal defence lawyer, who is joining us from New York as well today. Randy, good to talk to you. Just talk us through what's actually going to happen today. We're going to have the opening statements of the prosecution and defence.
Well, I don't know that will be the first order of business. I think that there will be preliminary matters. First of all, I believe that there will be a motion by the defense for a mistrial based upon what happened last Friday with that poor man who set himself on fire. I'm sure there'll be an argument made that the jury must have heard about it, that they'll be prejudiced as a result of what had happened, and there will be that motion for this case to be tossed out and to have a do-over. There may also be discussions about the gag order. There also may be a request from the defense that the judge let the defense know what prior bad acts, what things the prosecution will be able to cross-examine the former president on if he takes the stand, because the defense will want to know that before opening statements, so the defense can determine whether or not they'll share with the jury that the former president will be testifying.
So you think that there could be quite a delay before we actually hear the opening and then the prosecution and the defence statements? I'm just wondering, legally, how can they argue that? I mean, obviously, what happened on Friday with Max Azzarello, who died after setting himself on fire, obviously an awful thing. He'd posted a manifesto of conspiracy theories online. He set himself on fire. He then sadly died. I mean, how could that be seen to prejudice a jury?
Well, because first of all, there may be an inquiry of the jury if anybody heard about what had happened. There may be conversations about whether or not that does affect that juror or a juror's ability to be fair and impartial. It could be upsetting to the extent that the decision by this gentleman to set himself on fire was in any way tied to the former president, could certainly impact a juror. And quite frankly, if there's a juror who's now having second thoughts about being on the jury, now would be a perfect time to say, you know what, I can't be fair and impartial. I was affected by hearing about this, and I don't believe that I can look at the former president the same way now that I know that someone actually died as a result of him.
And in terms of the president taking the stand himself, I mean, presumably his defence team will know whether they want him to stand trial or not. I mean, what do you think? Is he a good bet? Is he the right person to put on the stand?
That all depends on who you're playing to. If you're playing to the jury, I don't believe that the former president should testify. I don't think he needs to testify. This is a weak case for the prosecution, technically, particularly in terms of the more serious charges of being felonies. Misdemeanors, the lower crimes, yes. Are the entries in the books false? The question is probably easily answered, yes, they are. The more difficult question is, okay, what did the president know about that, and what was his level of involvement? The felonies are more difficult to prove because there's got to be proof not only did you make false entries in the books and records, but it was done to conceal or cover up or in furtherance of another felony, and that being election fraud. And I don't know that federal election fraud is the type of crime that is permitted in terms of elevating the misdemeanor to a felony. Now, if the former president is playing to the electorate, if he's interested in being reelected, if he's playing to his base, if he's playing to those voters who are undecided, then he will absolutely positively testify.
And in terms of that, in terms of the impact on his campaign, he does seem to be able to monetize the publicity around this. But it has been reported that his legal fees are draining money from that campaign, hasn't it?
Well, the former president being not only a wizard when it comes to public relations and managing the narrative and controlling the narrative, he's also damn good at raising money. So I don't know that his legal fees are actually impacting him personally at all from a financial standpoint. I think his legal fees are more than covered. For this, and for me, this is simply a matter of, can this trial hurt his chances of being reelected? I think the answer is no. I think, if anything, they will help his chances of being reelected, particularly if he can get the narrative out there that this is, in fact, a witch hunt, that this is in fact, politically motivated, and that it is, in fact, the weaponization of our criminal justice system to get Trump.
And in terms of the salacious material that could come out in court, I mean, you know, I think that there'll be other politicians who would very, very definitely be damaged by this information coming out. But, you know, if we think about what came out back in 2016 about the references that Trump had made to grabbing women by a certain part of their anatomy, it seems that salacious stories have surrounded him in the past and just haven't seemed to have damaged his chances.
Well, I think you make a great point. First of all, the fact that they are salacious are not really all that concerning. Everybody knows about them, which is why this case, quite frankly, is not a big deal. It's far more about the man than it is the facts of the case. And quite frankly, I think the salacious nature of the allegations can play right into the defense's hands, which is, yes, we were trying to keep this quiet. Yes, I had people around me who I paid to take care of stuff like this, like Michael Cohen. I didn't get involved in this. I have people taking care of this, and I was trying to take care of these salacious things because I didn't want my family hurt. I didn't want my wife hurt. So I think they embrace the salacious nature of the allegations. The defense embraces the fact that, yes, I'm lucky enough, I'm wealthy enough, I'm powerful enough to have people around me who fix my problems. And that's all they did. They fixed the problem. I didn't do it. I had them do it.
And in terms of the problem that he faces himself, the stakes are high if he is found guilty here, aren't they? Just talk us through what potentially could happen to President Trump.
I don't see them being all that much ado about anything. Yes. Would it be lousy to be convicted? Sure, it would be. Is he going to jail? No, he's not going to jail. Is it going to impact his ability to be reelected? Legally, no. And I don't think practically it does either, unless he self-immolates either on the stand or outside of the courtroom. But I think right now, the former president is more or less playing with house money. This case is not going to hurt his chances to being reelected. It only helps. If he's acquitted, it helps. If he gets a hung jury, it helps. And even if he's convicted, if there is a sense that he's being persecuted as opposed to prosecuted, and he's already put it out there that he can't get a fair trial in New York. So if he's convicted, he's a master at saying, see, I told you so.
Randy Zellin, criminal defense attorney, interesting to talk to you today, joining us live from New York. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, let's cross to our correspondent, James Matthews, who is outside the court itself in New York. And James, what do you read into the fact that there are fewer crowds, as you and Mark were explaining a little earlier? I mean, obviously that park close to you is closed down, but would you say there is perhaps a little bit less interest in this trial today?
I wouldn't say less interest. Clearly there is huge interest, but I think the spectacle element of it has probably diminished over time, Jane. We've had our history moment, haven't we, of Trump being arrested, being arraigned. There was the big show here a year ago when we saw that spectacle, the cavalcade for the first time of Trump entering a courtroom, entering these kind of conditions, this very austere building behind me, through security, in the hands of people who had control over him, a man so used to being in control, to enjoying the trappings of power. Well, he was told where to go, where to sit, when to speak, what he could say, to a large extent inside a courtroom. That is the experience of Donald Trump for the next 4 or 5 weeks. And it's the experience I think we've become familiar with, haven't we? We've certainly become familiar with the charges that he faces in this case and in others. So I think there is probably a degree, if not of Trump fatigue, of Trump familiarity, certainly familiarity with his legal troubles. I'm glad to say, Jane, that I'm joined by Julie Rendelman, former New York prosecutor, current criminal defense attorney.
Yes.
Thanks for joining us, Julie.
Thanks for having me.
Hi. Well, you operate in that building, the building
every day
where Donald Trump is heading right now.
Yes.
Talk to me about your thoughts about that. Donald Trump, a former president, billionaire, host of The Apprentice, the king of Manhattan in there, in a courtroom.
Well, it's funny because one of the comments you made is the idea of the fact that this happened a year ago and the idea that we're all almost getting comfortable with the idea of seeing a former president in a courtroom seems so bizarre to all of us. But in certain senses, myself as an attorney and my colleagues are kind of getting used to the idea of seeing him, whether it be in civil court, criminal court, federal court. It's become a kind of a daily presence and actually having quite an impact on where we as attorneys kind of live every day. So it should be incredibly bizarre at this moment. It's starting to become a little too normal, which is bizarre in and of itself.
Yeah, it is quite the come down.
It is quite the come down. Remember, again, anytime an individual is prosecuted, it's the prosecutor's burden to prove them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But the fact that we're here in the first place definitely is not. First of all, it's nothing I've experienced. None of us have experienced in my lifetime in our world. And so we're hard pressed to ever imagine another scenario that will come along similar and hopefully never again.
We've had the process of jury selection, questionnaires, questions to the jury, assessments made of whether or not they can make a neutral decision. Can anybody make a neutral decision about somebody with whom we are so familiar?
I think it would be unfair to say that no one can make a fair and impartial decision. I think it's difficult to get an impartial jury. Remember, you're not going to get jurors that don't know what's going on, and if you do, they've really literally lived under a rock. I think the issue really is, can they focus only on the evidence that they hear in the courtroom and make their decision on that and nothing else whatsoever? And that is where the difficulty lies. Remember, they walk out the courtroom, they see all this stuff going on. They walk out the back, they hear people yelling, whether it be pro-Trump or anti-Trump. People are human. They get influenced by the things that surround them. And so it's incumbent on them to really just focus on the evidence or the lack thereof in that courtroom.
As we watch Donald Trump making his way down towards Lower Manhattan, tell me this, Julie, you're a defense attorney. What would you be looking for in that jury in terms of defending Donald Trump?
I was going to say on which side. I think, we're all naive. We all say we want a fair and impartial jury. As a defense attorney, I want jurors that are going to side with me, period. And so it's naive to say that we want a fair and impartial jury. If a juror is going to be more pro-Trump or potentially law enforcement who tend to be pro-Trump, someone, or family that would tend to lean towards him, you want that jury. And again, you don't want anyone who's in any way unclear of their ability to hear the evidence. Someone who says, I don't like him, but I can be fair. That's not a juror that you, at the end of the day, is going to help. Remember, Trump, even in court, can't always control himself. And jurors are going to be impacted by that behavior as well. And so there's so many things that go into a juror's decision. It's what happens in the courtroom, but it also happens with the players, including the defense attorneys and the prosecution.
If you were Trump's defense attorney, what would be in your mind in terms of handling a big beast like Donald Trump in a courtroom?
Well, I think we all recognize he can't be controlled, although to an extent he has been. I think Rashawn actually has controlled him to a degree. Why? Because I think there's a recognition that his bad behavior will have an influence on his attorney's ability to actually handle this case.
Donald Trump's arriving now at the court building in 100 Center Street, downtown. Tell me, Julie, you represent clients coming and going here all the time, the criminal traffic of New York. What's it like inside that building? What's it like when you enter that very austere building behind us?
I mean, when he's there or when he's not there. I mean, I think there's a big difference. I think now we're dealing with so much security that we've never seen. You can't even walk down the street. And so it does impact actual clients that are trying to get justice for themselves as well. And so it has a huge impact on the judges, on the attorneys, on court staff, and it takes up a lot of time that could be potentially served on other aspects of the case. So it's quite mind-boggling in there when you walk in.
Okay, Julie, many thanks for that. Much more to come from you over the course of today and in the future.
Thank you.
So there you go, Jane. Donald Trump safely in the building. We are expecting to hear from him in around about 15, 20 minutes before proceedings begin at 9:30 local time, after which we will hear opening statements, and it might be that we get to the first witness.
It may be, James, but, just saying 5 or 6 weeks here and then another 3 potential trials on the horizon for Trump. It's going to be a really difficult few months.
It is extremely difficult and an extremely fraught time for people generally, people certainly around in the vicinity of this courtroom. We've got a protest of sorts. In fact, if we can just swing round to see people who are clearly anti-Donald Trump being moved on by police. Police very keenly aware of security concerns. What we had last week, Jane, were people like this wanting to make their point in a park just opposite the court building. But of course, on Friday, a man set himself on fire there. So the rules of engagement have changed here in Lower Manhattan in terms of managing crowds and managing security, given the high-profile nature of the event and the people who are here. But yeah, I mean, for Donald Trump, you know, he's got this immediate priority clearly in this court building today. But even across town, there is another hearing, another legal difficulty for him. The business fraud case. He's lodged a bond of $175 million. The prosecution in that case are saying to the judge, look, that 175 isn't worth the paper it's written on. So the judge is being asked to reject that. So that's difficult for him. On Thursday this week, the Supreme Court is going to start hearing arguments on his claim that he should be immune from another case, another criminal case, a federal case, about his involvement around the January 6th riots. So that's key. I mean, if the Supreme Court says, yes, he has immunity, that case goes away. If they say he does not have immunity, it could well be that January the 6th case is a second case that can be heard before the November elections. That would be this one and that one, so two cases. The other two, remember, there are four in total, the Georgia case and the documents case, they're rather snagged on delays and legal arguments, so there's an increasing expectation they will be pushed back beyond November. But, you know, he's got all sorts of legal difficulty on his plate, which impact on him in terms of his personal freedom, clearly, but also in terms of his presidential chances.
And in terms of his presidential chances, what impact is it having on Joe Biden, do we know?
It is helping Joe Biden. If you look at the polls, Jane, whilst there is this entrenched support for Donald Trump, who buys the political witch hunt argument, there are the independent voters in the middle, the key voters, who have indicated that a conviction would change their mind in terms of who they vote for. They haven't made their minds up necessarily yet, but a conviction would change their vote. And the polls indicate that would be the case, particularly in key swing states. So not great for Donald Trump should he get convicted. In terms of Joe Biden, the way he's playing it, he's playing, in terms of Trump's legal difficulties, he's not saying terribly much. He's not being seen to impinge on the process. That would be an open door for Donald Trump to say, well, look, there you go. I'm telling you this is a political persecution. Listen to Biden. He's putting the boot in. He's characterizing this himself as a political persecution. So that's why Biden's taking a hands-off approach in terms of his commentary on Trump's legal difficulties, ongoing difficulties.
James Matthews for us outside the court in New York. Thanks very much. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll have lots more on Donald Trump and his court case. Stay with Sky.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. This is Sky News Today. Your headlines. Donald Trump has arrived at court in New York as he becomes the first ever former or sitting president to face a criminal trial. Well, he denies falsifying business records to pay an adult film star. We'll bring you all the twists and turns as they happen. Also ahead, a former parliamentary researcher and another man are accused of spying for China have been charged under the Official Secrets Act. Rishi Sunak promises deportation flights will get off the ground within weeks as he tries yet again to push through his controversial Rwanda plan.
No ifs, no buts. These flights are going to Rwanda.
Killer nurse Lucy Letby renews her efforts to appeal against her convictions for murdering 7 babies. And
you're telling me that I cannot walk to the other pavement. I'm telling you that I have to be.
I got it.
You got it?
Use lower hand. Those sideways shots though. Thank you, sir.
It is NES style. I think it's the best.
Oh, yes, please. I'm scheduled.
If you cold, I have an extra layer. What? If you're cold.
It may be that we hear from him fairly soon before proceedings get underway before the judge, Juan Merchan, and of course the newly sworn-in jury. 7 men and 5 women of a New York jury, plus 6 alternates who will hear this case. After a fast-tracked jury selection process, it was thought it would take around 2 weeks, but it was compressed into last week, and away we go today with opening statements from prosecution and defence, essentially setting out where they see the case going. The prosecution saying that this was a case of an individual, a former president, who was approaching the 2016 election. A porn star said, "I had an affair with Donald Trump. I want to sell my story." And a payment of $130,000 was paid to that porn star, Stormy Daniels. That wasn't the crime. That's not illegal. What was the way that payment was put through the Trump books. Trump is said to have sent his lawyer, Michael Cohen, to pay off the porn star and reimbursed that lawyer, his Mr. Fix-It, by calling it legal expenses. And the prosecution say that amounts to the falsification of business records with a view to interfering in the election. He faces 34 felony counts against him. Each technically could attract a prison sentence of 4 years to a collective maximum of 20, but it's not thought there will be a jail sentence following any conviction in this case because he has a clean criminal record. It's a non-violent crime, but clearly it's troublesome for Donald Trump. Let's just show you some of the picture here downtown, Kamali. We have protesters, anti-Trump protesters. You can see some of the banners, "Not above the law, election interference is a crime." There's been a rearrangement of the furniture here outside the courtroom. You'll remember on Friday, a man around lunchtime set himself on fire. Clearly that's been a security concern. That took place in a park opposite the court building. I'm looking at that park right now and it looks empty, as if the police have cordoned that off. Such is their concern for security here. So this ad hoc group turned up and they've been put behind barriers just opposite the media pen here. So there is this, in this moment, there is this business management, the management of a court case, a criminal prosecution of a former president that involves a certain degree of crowd control outside whilst the court proceedings continue inside. I've got Julie Rendelman with me, who is a defence attorney, operates out of this building in which Donald Trump is going to be prosecuted. Julie, you're a defence attorney. Tell me about that building and tell me about being a defendant, the world's most famous criminal defendant in that building.
I mean, I don't think we could go lower in terms of where former President Trump was. This is not an individual that is used to not being able to make his own decisions, not being able to speak when he wants to. And so it's fascinating to watch him be, in a sense, subservient to the judge before him. I mean, he has an opportunity to speak before he goes in. He has an opportunity to speak when he goes out. But Merchan tolerates nothing. And if he even hears a little murmur under Trump's breath, he is all over him. And that goes for both sides. He runs a very, very, very tight courtroom. And that cannot be easy for Trump. And it also can't be easy for him, the idea of anyone deciding his fate, let alone, voters. The idea that a jury of 12 are going to sit and decide whether or not he's committed a crime to him is probably such an affront to everything that he had expected in terms of his future, in New York and everywhere. And remember, New York was his home forever. And so he's certainly not getting the welcoming that he had gotten all those years ago.
Yes. You're a defense attorney, Julie. It must be quite the challenge for the defense team to fight that case, to defend that case, and to manage Donald Trump.
I think so. There's all separate issues, because I think the management of Donald Trump is probably the hardest aspect of the case. Remember, if he chooses, for example, to testify on his own behalf, anything he said outside that courtroom is going to be fodder for cross-examination. So you really want to hold him close to the vest, which is impossible to do. On top of that, you are dealing with the cross-examination of individuals in a sense that have made millions of statements. I mean, Michael Cohen has made statements on every single airwave that exists. And so you really have to accumulate every single piece of evidence against him to be able to cross-examine to the best of your ability. But I think the management of it, and I think keeping him in control of Merchan, is probably left to one of the attorneys, and hopefully the other attorneys are able to do their jobs, which is not usually to manage their client.
Yeah. How do you assess the case against him? We have checks that he signed, his signature on it. We have Michael Cohen, the star witness, who was the man who took the $130,000, gave it to the porn star.
Sure.
He's going to give his first-hand witness evidence. How do you assess that evidence and the strengths and weaknesses of some of these characters, Michael Cohen, for example?
So I think Michael Cohen is tough because this is someone who is a convicted felon who has lied in the past. I think the prosecution's position will and should be that he is not the main witness, that the witness is actually other individuals that saw and heard the various aspects of this case, and that Michael Cohen is just a piece of it. Because if they focus their case just on him, I think they're going to have a problem, because I think he's going to be easily cross-examined by the defense. In terms of the strengths and weaknesses, I think the weakest or the question becomes the intent. I think there's going to be really no question for a jury that misdemeanors occurred. The question is, what was the reason, beyond a reasonable doubt, that those misdemeanors occurred? Did they occur to impact the election? Because if they did, then they have the felony. If they don't, then there's going to be an issue as to whether or not they can find him guilty of the top count.
Great. Julie, thanks very much indeed. Much more to come from you over the course of today. It may be as well, Jane, that we hear from Donald Trump in due course before things get underway in courtroom number 1530 on the 15th floor of the criminal court building here.
All right, we'll be back to you shortly, James and Mark. Thank you for that, and thanks to Julie too. But I want to bring you viewers some breaking news, and it concerns Hugh Edwards, the senior presenter from the BBC. The corporation have announced that he has resigns. They've put out a statement from a spokesperson saying that he's left the BBC after 40 years of service. Hugh has
many legal problems. I think, to answer your question, I think it's best summed up by a headline in the paper of this town, in the New York Times today, where they say a criminal trial which will unfold like any other, even though it has a defendant like no other. I don't think you could put it better than that. It is the story of a president, a porn star, and a payment, whether or not that payment was legal or not. That is at the heart of all of this. The former president has done what he does well, and he has been on his social media platform, Truth Social, as he made that journey 50, 60 blocks to the south of here. Just two posts on Truth Social. The first, in capital letters, as you might expect, says election interference, ! 3 times, and then followed by another which says just witch hunt, and then 3 exclamation marks. He is trying to mould the narrative of all of this, but of course, as we've been discussing, it's very difficult for him to do that as he sits subservient in the courtroom and has to sit through a pretty difficult few weeks. I imagine too, Kamali, that there will be unexpected moments, there will be twists, there will be delays. His team will want to delay as much as they can. There was an expectation that the selection of the jury would take a lot longer than it did. And there will, I'm sure, be legal argument today, perhaps before we get those opening statements. So expect delay. That's what his team will want to do, delay as much as they can, and also find space within the rigid structure of this courtroom moment for him to be able to do what he wants to do, to shape the narrative, to campaign. Every day, I imagine, after the court, he will say a few words, and we will probably see more of what we saw last week, where he chooses a moment where he goes, like he did last week, up to Harlem to be surrounded by people, his supporters, so that he can grab the headlines back, control the headlines, something he's going to find very difficult to do over the next few weeks.
He certainly is. All right, Mark, they're outside Trump Tower. Thank you for that, and of course thanks to James as well. And you can follow all the updates on Trump's trial on the Sky News website. Just scan the QR code that you see on screen. That's going to take you straight to our live blog. We'll have more from both James and Mark in New York City throughout the afternoon. Now back here, and 2 men accused of spying for China have been charged under the Official Secrets Act. A former parliamentary researcher called Christopher Cash, who is 29 and from Whitechapel, and Christopher Berry, who's 30.
It's me again. What? Correct. Press is going to come through. Thanks. We're figuring out. As soon as we figure it out, we're going to see how much room is left. Public? Hey, how are you? Brother Millennium. Flush out wings.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Service. Secret Service. Yeah, I want devices. Secret Service. It's a security. It's a security. No. I'm just telling you what I know what it is.
No. The answer was no. I was looking this way.
I don't care.
Okay.
Step back. Bathroom? Okay, I'll figure it out.
The email I'll send us to Fuel Surfer in advance.
Without bringing any of those in, right? No breaks, no nothing.
This way, down to those bags. Public to the bags, and then we'll bring it back down. Public to the mags, or you can leave. Public to the mags. Just for right now, it's time sensitive. Thank you.
Mr. Trump, how are you feeling today?
Mr. Trump, your family coming?
Where's Melania, Mr. Trump?
Donald, where's Melania?
Thank you very much. I just want to say before we begin, these are all Biden trials. This is done as election interference. Everybody knows it. I'm here instead of being able to be in Pennsylvania and Georgia and lots of other places campaigning. And it's very unfair. Fortunately, the poll numbers are very good. They've been going up because people understand what's going on. This is a witch hunt and it's a shame. And it comes out of Washington. It's in coordination with Washington, everything, including the DA's office. It's in coordination with Washington. I just want people to understand that this is done for purposes of hurting the opponent of the worst president in the history of our country. Second of all, we have another trial going on right now. That's Letitia James. She campaigned on the fact that I will get Trump, I'm going to get Trump. And it has to do with a bond of $175 million. First of all, she doesn't want me to participate with financial companies in New York. So we have a company, I guess, based in California. It's a bonding company. And I put up $175 million in cash. But she says the bonding company's not good. She doesn't like the bonding company because she doesn't know if the collateral is good. And I put up $175 million in cash, and she's questioning the bonding company. Well, when you put up cash, and the number is 175, which is what we're supposed to be putting up, but I give it in cash, she shouldn't be complaining about the bonding company. The bonding company would be good for it because I put up the money. And I have plenty of money to put up, but nobody is going to be putting up with this. Nobody is going to be listening or coming to New York anymore. Businesses are going to be fleeing because people are treated so badly. It's got to be the most unfriendly place to do business, and that's why businesses are leaving and people are leaving as migrants come in and take over our parks and our schools and everything else. So on the Letitia James case, she's the worst attorney general in the country, by the way. On Letitia, and she keeps a lot of business out of New York, and businesses that are here are leaving. And that means jobs and a lot of revenue. Somebody's going to step in, the governor, or somebody has to step in and do something because your businesses are fleeing. But on Letitia James, the money was put up, it's $175 million, and I don't think she's complaining about me for the first time ever. She's complaining about the company, but why would she be doing that when I put up the money? So I just want you to know that that's taking place in front of an extremely crazed judge who's the most overturned judge in New York State. He was overturned 4 or 5 times on that case alone. That's, you know who it is. I don't have to mention names. I want to be nice. I want to be very nice. But a thing like that, and a thing like what's going on right here should never be happening. It's a very, very sad day in America, I can tell you that. Thank you very much.
Are you going to testify, Mr. Trump?
don't know. Came pretty close. That sounded good, no?
Yeah, I guess.
The answer is yes. We're not in a controlled situation, and that audio was pretty good for what we got.
Audio was pretty good for what we got. So,
You're 5, right? Yes. Give me 2 seconds. Ready? Okay, cool. You can follow me.
We're not allowed in court, right?
Still from the Now you guys.
The video's never allowed in, right?
No.
Okay, I'm just confirming.
and scratch the floor, so we can make it bigger. All right, let me get it.
Like what? Daniel, never mind. Yeah. Stick your finger in my hole. Yeah, I had room. I thought I did, and then I looked and I didn't, but Fox.
Yeah, really. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
He kept looking away.
Don't give me any time.
Yeah.
What's another key?
There's the lighter for
Oh, that I don't have. Actually, I do have masters. I think they might object. I mean, you wouldn't have to cut it. You could just be prepared.
What is this?
It's a scalpel.
On this side, right? That's the right. And then what else?
It's just a scalpel.
What is
And if it's dull, turns it off.
10. That's it. I'll see it's on. Then we'll come back and see if we can more. So, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Where does one get that type of?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just for now, we're going to start with this and I'll come back. No.
Not take your phone out. These are not journalists. Not take your phone out. Phone's out. Don't take your phone out. You're a journalist. You cannot take your phone
There's a 85-15 split by law. But if yes, so that's what it sort of. But some people didn't show up, and when that happens, we take from the secure ID line, which is why we went in, because ABC didn't show up before people show up. Maybe one. So I'm gonna check. Meredith? Catherine.
Right. Okay. So you're third, so I will get you. If there's a seat, I'll get you. Restaurant? You got it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Restaurant.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to them.
I'm having good donuts now.
I'll see you.
Thank you. Right now, we're just going to put everybody else in the overflow room. What's that? We put in people for every seat. Right now, we're just going to do the overflow room. Sorry. I'm sorry. That's all we have left. What's that? Every seat is left. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's a lot going on. It's very fluid. All right, step this way, please. Straight down. James, the public for the overflow room.
Watch back here. So the vote is next. Lieutenant. Yeah.
Hey, Jerry.
Restroom?
I'm
Ladies.
Jetzt wo ist das? In der Hand. It just
You guys were all set up. You guys were I got them.
Right. But the hair version is Where is he?
No. Keep an eye on those. Do the right thing.
Wait, is that the guy acting for you? Is this guy acting for you?
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. You gonna go talk to him? Thank you.
I'm trying to make sure that between the Bronx and Queens. Before all the time.
Oh, yeah?
You'll probably say that. So, yeah, you did the right thing. I keep keeping him in there because I don't want him to be from the yard. Because now they can if somebody I'll see, I'm going to go ahead and see about that guy and come back.
All right, thank you.
All right, so they don't mind me flying out.
I will take the bottle. Troublemaker, you do troublemaker? Yeah, that's perfect timing. I think it's good. I'm glad I didn't say anything. Yeah.
We have another Washington State. Makes a difference.
That's why I said I know you don't. I'm hoping in the morning. I did.
You know he knows the building. Yeah. He knows the building good enough that he would call it there. Up here? Jerry Robbins. Jerry Robbins.
Nah, just amazing. Don't like this. You know what? Other people want that.
Oh, no.
But well, that just walks out of the door. I don't think he knows those doors that well. Correction. I think the hell out of that one there. When I was on trial, he came in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Mr. Trump, how are you feeling today?
Mr. Trump, your family coming?
Where's Melania, Mr. Trump? Donald, where's Melania?
Thank you very much. I just want to say before we begin, these are all Biden trials. This is done.
Able to be in Pennsylvania and Georgia and lots of other places campaigning, and it's very unfair. Fortunately, the poll numbers are very good. They've been going up because people understand what's going on. This is a witch hunt, and it's a shame, and it comes out of Washington. It's in coordination.
Okay.
They have the flag clothes.
One way or the other.
Right now, I'm using a cord that has the thing fucking broken off on the side because I was running around disgusting. I have another one that we could use probably.
Oh, well, holobration is not working.
Hey, where's my Zigo friend?
What do you mean?
Oh, there. How many more of them out there? Oh, yeah, that's one.
That's the guy.
That's exciting. You think so?
This is we're using it. We're totally self-sufficient.
Has anybody who won't fly yet with the Saffron operating?
Can we,
That's what it was last week. They were like, what is this thing?
Oh, really?
can we rename it to Ego?
Hi, Phil. Hello, hello. Yeah, man, I want to see this here. Right there, right.
That's good. That's good. Oh, okay. The email that I sent you last night. Can we have? I need you to copy and paste two things. Here, I'll just start. I have to that guy. Most people hang up, but if a client doesn't, we're gonna have to do it here.
We're friends. I told Nino, you guys want to just
No one really wanted to know what this was. No one
propaganda. That's on my first KKK rally.
Are you looking for a cameraman?
Those were the days.
How much are you? You know what are you? Bianca is
I know all the
Are you going to Venezuela? When I retire from the university, I don't work for you. Are you going to the Venezuela elections? Is there anybody there? First, we need to look for defense. Look what you go to Venezuela? Good luck. Look together. No, we don't know. For sure, most of we're telling you. You want to go to Venezuela?
He doesn't speak the language.
Oh, kidding?
Ready?
I used it. If you switch that, you miss so much other stuff if you're sitting there so yeah, blue law. Lumina the first day. You put a few too many things. I'm getting Oh, for sure, yeah. I was watching it's my turn. Well, when I'm not here doing this, I'm watching. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to get on board for this thing. Operator error.
I see that option. It's open. We're standing outside for a long time. Well, we're standing outside because normally it's at 7:30. So we have our spots, but we have to be there early because we're here because and we're standing there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Started. Now they give content so modern, I want to talk about this. She was a clerk at a higher title.
He was like here. Okay. Like
I can do better than that. I can do that too. 3 minutes. Yeah, because you use the focus.
Yeah, it's supposed to get.
Will be the second one. Yeah, yeah, right.
Right.
I'm trying to just point straight. So tomorrow I might go. This mic breaks.
It's only 3 sessions. It's this They just need
Yeah. Half days today and tomorrow. Yeah. Half day today. Are you today? Yeah. Oh, it is two. No, it is two. It is two. So yeah, it's yeah, I heard 171. I told her, I said it was on. I think she's. I didn't set anything up for that, so I apologize. Just running out the door. I guess I have to get into place photos. You're not in the office now. Yeah, I know. Ryan's helping me. I've already got a photo of Hofstad. I know previously she was doing a lot we were standing next to New York. Yeah, just
So jury wasn't in the court. Okay.
I only start more.
So you want the 530 here?
I do not. No, because the extra half hour.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Beyond that.
I'm upset about that. Nothing to go home to except the bacon for my show.
I'll let your children know that you have nothing to do except I'm sure that really determines.
Oh yeah, there. 13 and 14.
I got 12 and 14.
So it's like,
Yeah.
we don't care if you're here.
Right.
I made this nice dinner last night.
How many?
I don't feel like it.
Right. We got filled up in chips and candy. That's my It just didn't be nice. I'm thinking it's also against the law because it requires hygiene. But really, who's buying 3-pack on eBay? Oh, that's what I get, huh?
That's where they get the good stuff.
Yeah, it makes me go good. I would imagine like 1 grade, 1 grade, 10.
Well, now they're saying 12.
Maybe in a break.
If they agree to it.
It is very
Picture of Bill Wade, I saw something from up high.
There's maybe we all shot.
No, not. It was like shooting.
Somebody else has. Did you have your Bible out?
That was the first view I forgot. I tried to resend it.
I was scolded.
Who was that, Dave? You know who gave you that?
Oh, really?
My name is in the caption.
Yeah.
It's not that. It's a blue.
Oh, yeah.
It's in the caption.
It's not the first view of that. EPA. If you don't move the alphabet, they like
He made me go to competition, and he probably wanted to take us like, so you would initial work, so you tell me why you did it, it shows me missing. I can see
Anybody got a laptop being charged in the restroom? Can't do that.
Can't do it. Yeah, you gotta grab it.
They tried for weeks.
Great work.
Right. Yes, exactly. Right. There was this written by a guy who worked in Australia.
I did. Oh, Auckland Carpet. Yeah. I read the story.
He was trying to persuade the
like chaos program.
Right. I was in the room when it happened. Right. And I kept silence. It was really
Very interesting.
So then we might as well say those who might do the same thing.
What's your locker room? Is it on 14 also? Because it was funny. He was just coming to tell me to grab my water. As we opened the door, he was coming. He was like literally right there. I'll take you out. Please call me. Kept telling us. I said, I'll take you. Nobody's going to do something regular. It was aggressive.
he's going to. Yeah, both of them.
6 minutes. We get my sandwich.
Sit back.
Half day today. Not what I hear from Hoff.
How you doing? Good. We're here Friday, right?
No. I finished what we get.
He gave his long speech.
Go figure. You know what? On days where there's not much going on, it's like, I wouldn't be up here Friday. So I would be downstairs. But my boss said like in the morning, I said no. But then he said somebody else. 5 days a week.
We're doing trial today, and Caitlin's back and protesting, and we're also at Yale just to check out their No, yes. Columbia Journalism School is letting us, if we tell them, don't take this into yeah, if you direct message them, put your name on the list, and the journalism school says, yeah, but I was to say it's the editor's choice. Well, no, coordinating the photo department, coordinating the TV contacts. Just at the side.
Those are the plants. Very comfortable. These aren't the most common. These are a little narrow. But Joe Biden was wearing these, and the Post made fun of them because he said they were like old man shoes. What's our I said, this is the last family. Money in your mind. Wow. They're not cheap. No, that's right. No, these aren't. They're much better deals. I bought a pair of Opal-like shoes on Amazon. They were $67. They're just as good. Yeah, and they look like the Oxuco, some of the other ones. It's like little circles. Yeah. Those are expensive too, right? Yeah. But those are the two. You're wearing those. Wearing the other ones. Yeah, so I went out for a pair of like third-party ones on Amazon, and they're fine. They look just like this. Don't say it was 67 dollars.
And it just is comfortable.
It's just same exact thing. It's all copy each other. It's sort of like what design is like sneakers.
Which they all come from $8,000 China.
Yeah, and they all like, they have little designers, they rip it apart and they figure out what to make. And they copy it.
It's pretty amazing the material and science that goes into different confidence. Yeah.
So, the first time I put on yes, it's for amazing. They're like great support, they weigh nothing. And they're just like amazing. You get it, I'm not going to run it. The outside.
Oh, yeah.
You just get over it.
It's like light. What do you expect?
It's a very light mesh or something.
Right.
I mean, I'll tell you, if you're interested, they're great. These are even cheaper. The coats have 50 bucks. And the only difference I can see between them is like, I don't know, it seems to have less detail. So next time I'm buying 50 bucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're all fine. They're 50 bucks to buy 3 pairs. The same price.
But Saucony, I think, has a narrow, I don't know what it is, but it's a narrower foot.
This is narrow. Right. I was just complaining about this, like if I go online and I read the reviews of
Yeah, it's like everybody's foot is different. So for me,
I don't have a large foot.
he has a wide, wider knee and narrower. You sort of have to try. Once you know what it is,
wearing these kind of things, I can put on my shoes. It's like that. Stones and like I can't wear them all.
Well,
these are nice shoes. Biden, good enough for Biden to do it. I really find this hip and that something. I would go for Biden.
I thought during the Bush Gore election, it was totally against it. I was wrong. Pepsi started over we keep moving to the right. Right. It's not an alternative universe where everybody has child hair and potholes and floats down the road and hospitals are free. It's a different alternative universe. Right. I feel like with all this downtime, we should do shadow puppet shows.
they have $50 ones, $60 ones, $70 ones. I don't know what the difference is. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But you know, these are nice ones. They're fine. They're $70. I didn't realize that $50 ones. You get some reviews. Jack, you're not Mike, by the way.
Say again?
I said hi, Mike. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I didn't even notice.
Mike,
Yes. He's
well, my town was so far behind the eight ball. Well, it's only like 5 years ago. From like, yeah, D5 was something. I think they finally got the county that actually the 8, 9 was like pretty much. I still have it. So much way. But I go back to like that now, yeah.
And just when you get there, just make some switch back.
Yeah, 5 years already. No, I don't work.
A7 started
I photographed my son. I bought an A7 and then I returned it. I go back because it was like a grand difference.
Then you should take the day off.
Right. I agree 100%. You know, if it's 8 hours or whatever.
Take the day off. That's exactly it.
That's not fair.
And they want Nikon always makes good and that lens is working really sharp. Shame it takes so long to get on board.
Can we go to the bathroom?
Yeah, I mean, how far is your bathroom?
You got fun. Secret Service has to come out and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they're still doing the defense is speaking now.
Oh, really? The prosecution?
Prosecution's done. Yeah, that was only 25 minutes.
How long?
25 minutes.
That's all? Yeah. It was only 25 minutes?
Defense, they're saying it's only 45.
So they might get after before you go further.
This is, well, no.
Yeah.
About 12.
About 15 maybe. So, around six. And the first witness will be on stage for the first
I saw it. Really fun.
Yeah. Because, you know, we should
That lieutenant is from Lower?
Also, when you feel like pick it once and touch
The post-it that we're
when you run with it, it's like it's not good. So it doesn't really go here, but it sits in the you know, there's no like support. It's only probably
I saw him this morning.
That camera's on. Right. So they're not going to take a break.
Really? So all those shots of Trump sitting behind the table, and he's just sitting there. Must be oddly uncomfortable. Yeah. So nobody tells him sleep. Because sleep less than
I thought juries would take. I don't usually put pictures of like Tracy like high school. I'm surprised
you get special dispensation.
I did exactly, you know, what you were asking to do. Just show up at 7:40.
I think that about quarter of 7 on one side.
No, we make it easy for you, and then you're not taking advantage of it.
Not Phil,
Yeah.
all year and we for the whole week.
a contacts guy. Seven C. How do they do that? Full size sensor.
They just cut out the crystal.
Oh, so this is right. Right. So this is like a 65. The same form factor as a 6,000. But it seems a little bigger. Who knows? But is it a full size sensor? Because the 6,500, 6,300, whatever that doesn't have a full size. That's a PESC.
They figured it out. It's 63 metric and doesn't have an anti-aliasing.
I was at this stage, the lenses are here. It's a bit tough.
Well, this is the big lens. This is the 16-2.55. That's 2.8, so it's fast lens.
Right, but even the what's the lens that comes
right now? Oh, I don't know. I have a F2. No, it's not an F2.
Hold on, guys. Where you trying to go?
Trying to get to the DA side.
The DA star is done with 63 megapixels.
The DA star?
It's on hold. It's dropping.
You can't get on this one. Yeah, no, that's all. Putting on this phone.
I told you what I told you. I told you.
Yeah, he's going to do stuff for us. Shooting in 4K. Because then crop happens in 80. You can reframe.
I'm by the freight. You know, by the freight? By the freight.
And then when this is shot,
Well, I took the elevator, regular elevator.
Just mount it on top.
That would be the
I've seen this on a hot shoot.
yes. Well, I've seen the flash on that, so I'll use the flash.
With the saw, they have like a 2 hot shoe little T-bar. And then you need the microphone. Then you need the little light.
Microphone's good if it's noisy. But the mic on the iPhone,
Yeah, he said this.
It's the second one. I think it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
yeah, it's
Let's say I was surprised when I had this design to watch on Friday, Thursday. I was surprised how little shutter there was. Like Washington press conferences, it's right. But you guys are all.
We're all students.
And it shows. I still feel like it's.
I haven't done that
But
one.
this camera,
That one goes a little later.
because they get that banding on something like this.
Oh,
yeah.
What's that about? Is that like?
It doesn't have this.
Yeah.
It's a shutter, go like shutter. I would put it in the shutter.
Like an electronic shutter versus a.
No, this has electronic shutter, but it just reflects under certain light, whereas like an
It
A1.
still utilizes some sort of mechanical the shutter. There is a difference, and I can't tell you what it is.
It's like a universal.
Yeah, you get banding when you do 100% electronic.
Right. So that's why we're still hearing a little something.
Yeah.
This
Like
one makes it, not really.
mine just still.
Yeah.
This is
I'll take it.
Yeah, that's still something.
It's a
Yeah, yeah, it's a big is that we're going up in that particularly now.
These guys come with these old cameras sometimes, they're photographers, you know?
Yeah. Or they're close to retirement. They don't want to just spend, $20,000 for all their just buy it.
Everything looks nice over there.
It's worried out of that.
And there's something like manipulative, like tweaking of like, sea leg,
17 millimeters isolates for contacts. She's a beautiful light. 17 is like anything less than that becomes fish out. Used to. And now 17 is not yeah. Goes to 14. Wow. Yeah. That's great. That's great. Very young. I'm just saying lenses, like, the technology is not a lot of my father's old Rolex. Like, all this was lens first. I know. It's like, 20 years ago, they got one make them. 50 years ago, they're close. People now, they shoot movies. Let's get like 60s. It just means it's software.
My brother was giving me a brother. I got it just like, it was going to work. So maybe that works for you. It's I couldn't believe somebody would make something. It's soft.
It wasn't digital, it was film. They brought a long way. Silent. It seems to me it's a bit of a silent approach. You can have a 200 millimeter piece of glass from 1970. Been like chunky and weird and similar to the 14 to 16, 18 millimeter lens. Be the same. Weird curve.
Sony's lenses.
Same exact number.
Today, Sony's making new versions of the same lens. It's a new version of this lens, which is wider and smaller. Right? It's like wider and smaller. It's like it's usually.
So you can still sell that.
You know, I feel like by the time you upgrade,
You're making 35 over there, but you're making 33 or whatever. It's a lot. So you're mostly close to home. I'll find out when I get There's a lot of this. There's a lot of them there, so they can't take photos. You got it.
For me, that's documents.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy. Email?
This one's down to one.
You will get it first. We got a guy. Let somebody else do it.
I got this going and this going. Those big ones, yes, I could run that, and I would say do the date for me. But I don't own one, and not so these they're heavy, right? And these I could. Yeah, but for your house, it's not. It's like, what are you going to run on it? It's going to run a computer. It's going to run a computer. It's not running your fridge. No. So you run a small TV for a little while. It can charge your cell phones. It's your computer. Jackery. Well, that's one. Jackery, and then there are a couple others. You can simply buy a lithium-ion marine battery, which is this big, for I think it's $275, and stick an inverter. Just hook it up to that, and now you have a Jackery. That's all it is. It's just in a pretty case. If your inverter does, it does. Right, you have to have a huge solar panel.
I might still do it at some point.
I don't know that it charges. Oh, yeah?
Right.
I was cold. But is it is it those batteries that you have to? Yeah, I don't want those batteries. Yeah, I don't want those batteries. Small enough? Has anybody gone there? And
my favorite donut is a fresh
I don't like them. They're not my favorite.
You're a fossil green.
I am a purist.
Raised glaze.
I'm a purist. But my favorite one would be a Krispy Kreme. You could just do a little less sugar coating because it's so good. Could you just send me the one thing?
It's a fist. Close fist. Look at the show.
Okay, all right. You see, I trust your.
I will together. Yeah, I realized it was
Good for Andrews.
We're against the wall. We're against the wall over there. You guys? We're against the wall over there.
We can do this with the
Gentlemen, if you just wait against the wall.
Hey, I got pictures of one right there. So what happened? Well, he has Kyle, because Kyle was in that hole. Because he came out of the open. So Kyle was in the hole where there was one way out.
Yellow card? Have a yellow card out?
I
think so, yeah. Have your yellow cards out, green cards out. So you gotta keep moving. Yeah. There's one.
paragraphs in sorry.
Good, how are you?
Or maybe you got a golden ticket.
What on one doing what?
Exclusive. New York Post exclusive. 5 minutes and 45.
Don't even joke about that. They might try to set that up. Like, that's not. I'm not telling them. They might be like.
Guys, you gotta go back to the room now. Step back. Go back to the room. Stay inside, stay inside.
It's still showing.
I know.
This
Give me a little. I got 70 or 200. You give me a little.
Mr. Trump, is this election interference?
Good afternoon. We just left court in the civil division with the other witch hunt with Miss James to come here and see our client. The fact that we have two courts, not one, criminal and civil, being used against one man because they cannot beat him in the polls is a disgrace to the American judicial system. He should not have two teams of lawyers here today. He should not even be here today because he did nothing wrong. It is the epitome of a witch hunt. I just left where a judge asked us whether our cash bond, cash, sitting in. Miss James wanted to argue and say that our cash somehow isn't green enough. We wasted time. The judge made a comment saying he thought that money market accounts could go down under the amount. He doesn't even understand basic principles of finance, but this was the man that decided that we owed money and my client committed fraud. We are going to attack every single one. 1 hour, the Attorney General and that judge realized quickly that they had no idea what they were talking about. We came to an agreement that everything would be the same, we would modify terms, and that was it. This is where your taxpaying dollars are going, America. Right here. Witch hunt after witch hunt. President Trump's company was worth more in that case than it is now. And now what? We're here because of something that happened when he was in the White House that wasn't even wrong. It was not wrong. You hire lawyers to solve problems, lawyers solve those problems, you pay them. That's it. This is a joke. It's an affront to the American Constitution. It's an affront to our judicial system. And it's an affront to every lawyer that cares about their license, that cares about what is right and wrong. I am sick of coming in front of the press and saying this, but you have to because you people need to understand what is going on. God forbid you put an accounting thing in for legal counsel. It's legal counsel. And now our taxpayer dollars, my time, our attorney's fees, are all here because they're afraid of 2024. And you know what? They should be, because the American people are not stupid. They see what's going on. Thank you.
Alito, one question. Was Trump's family with you guys across the street?
Elena, can you go into the pen where there's better lighting?
And civil, being used against one man because they cannot beat him in the polls is a disgrace to the American judicial system. He should not have two teams of lawyers here today. He should not even be here today because he did nothing wrong. It is the epitome of a witch hunt. I just left where a judge asked us whether our cash bond, cash sitting in. Miss James wanted to argue and say that our cash somehow isn't green enough. We wasted time. The judge made a comment saying he thought
Like it's here already?
Yeah, basically, like they made a couple of weeks for the
I'm hearing a big difference between the chefs and that 860. One's right there and one's there.
Yeah.
Natural products.
These last one are the rubber bands.
This stuff find a rubber band like your own pop time.
You can use it as a novelty on a hard surface. It's not so
I use it as a hard surface. And how often do you play golf on a marble floor?
Yeah, no, that was during the
Yeah.
Sure.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So, you know, we're still on trial. Wednesday's a day off day, so I'll reach out to Melissa then. And your thoughts? Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Who do you know would be associated with Ray? I know overseas, yes.
Ray Ortiz.
Yeah, maybe Ray Ortiz. Who's in Florida? Is there
Las Vegas, Australia.
So they're all the same to me. These are the ones.
Who's above Ray? And then senior vice
Do you
president.
have his numbers? It's just out of curiosity. Then you can confirm where I just got the call from.
I don't have his number because he pays great.
My guess is it's a cell phone. I think that's what it is.
Is it a 332 number?
It is.
You think it's 8751?
I'll take it. And what is his? What is his?
Executive Vice President. Just EVP.
Oh, not even that. I should and then they crop then you said,
EVP and Vet News Operations and Transfer.
this morning they were still going like something else. Yes. She does that.
CBS News.
Speaking of that, that's what we're all
So yes, 875, 875.
Yeah, they do. He's a bummer. He's immediately below Ingrid.
Yeah, I got a call from Ingrid too.
Oh.
I had an incident.
Oh.
I was outside.
Is she on the top again?
And by the way, person burning themselves.
Right. There was a guy named.
Oh, he's ABC.
Now he's ABC.
Yes.
Okay, so you were out there.
I was there.
Okay.
So they're calling to check on me. It's pretty disturbing.
I'm sure it is.
It's like,
Did you witness?
I did. I did. I filmed it.
You filmed it. Oh, so that was your footage. It was the blurry because they blurred.
Yeah. They pixelated. They pixelated the center.
With a smiley face.
So,
I have the emoji.
yeah.
So is he still critical or is he done? Did he done?
So he died the next day. And you can't survive. I mean, I don't know. When they carted him off and he was still alive, you could see. And by the next day, he was dead. He was third-degree burns, whole body.
Right. Right.
This weekend, I put my humidifier on my home. It was very different than I've ever been before. I went in bare hand to move a lot, which you know, sometimes you're like, all right, I can get in there and out quickly. And I got in there and it's like, I pulled my hand out immediately. It's like that. I tolerate that for not a full second. That was a third of the second. And now he was engulfed for minutes. So, and breathing in. I don't know. Time is, time was tough to figure out. I just felt like 10 minutes from lighting to getting him out of there.
Right.
That's what it felt like to me. I don't know if that's accurate.
Yeah, I don't know, somebody had a fire.
They did. CNN, I think it was CNN drone.
Right.
Ran it from one. But the police cars did too, but it was It's too late.
It's too
Like,
late.
it's too late.
Well, and it's, he's wearing gloves, so gloves absorb the.
It's not like putting out a normal fire. Like even the fire extinguishers are like not doing anything.
Right.
They run down a little, but then always back up because there's so much sunlight in this.
Right. 2 gallons.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's a hard thing to do. So Ross was calling to check in?
Yes.
That's incredibly compassionate. I'm surprised.
Yeah, and I got angry on Friday or the day of too. Right. Yes, as well.
I guess your footage was really good.
They gotta. They need to. It's like it was bad.
Right.
I mean, I was in shock.
Right.
It was I'm shaken. I'm still processing.
Please send my condolences. Translate over fire. It's a separate word.
Wait, so you didn't want to go to Queens and be walking distance, so you moved walking distance here? Like this worse?
Okay. As I was before. I'm not a set. I'm not old like he is. Old and cheeky. Yeah. One step short of Fox City. It's the DTs.
No, it's today. It's Monday.
Come on, just gotta think of it.
My boss goes, as soon as you're done, you should go home. That's good to get to the drink water.
And she's also.
It's only 12,000. Not like the old days. You push that from 260. $4. Just don't come back and hit me over the legs. Ooh. That's how nice. That's a stick one. We need to figure out the color temperature of this one. Fun? That's a good one. They should do that. With these blue bulbs flickering. That's what I was saying. It didn't make any sense that there was a whole business.
President Trump, how did it go today? I think it went very well. So, you heard that yourself. This is a case that nobody wanted to bring, including Alvin Bragg. It was just at the last minute they decided to do it. It's a case that, if you're looking back, it goes back many, many years, 2015, maybe before that. And it's a case as to bookkeeping, which is a very minor thing in terms of the law, in terms of all the violent crime that's going on outside as we speak, right outside as we speak. But this is a case where you pay a lawyer, who's a lawyer, and they call it a legal expense. That's the exact term they use, legal expense, in the books. And another thing that wasn't even said was we never even deducted it as a tax deduction. So that takes a whole vast area. Most people want to deduct everything. We never even took it as a tax deduction. But they called the payment to a lawyer a legal expense in the books. They didn't call it construction. They didn't say you're building a building. It called a payment to a lawyer because, as you know, Cohn is a lawyer, represented a lot of people over the years. Now, I'm not the only one. And wasn't very good in a lot of ways in terms of his representation. But he represented a lot of people. But he puts in an invoice or whatever, a bill, and they pay and they call it a legal expense. I got indicted for that. What else would you call it? Actually, nobody's been able to say what you're supposed to call it. If a lawyer puts in a bill or an invoice and you pay the bill, and in the book, it's a little line. That's a very small little line. I don't know if you could even write more than 2 words. It's not like you could tell a life story. They marked it down to a legal expense. This is what I got indicted over. Think of it. I got indicted. I'm the leading candidate. I'm beating Biden. I'm beating the Republicans now. I have the nomination. And this is what they try and take me off the trail for. That check's being paid to a lawyer. He is a lawyer, or was a lawyer. And also the things he got in trouble for were things that had nothing to do with me. He got in trouble, he went to jail. This had nothing to do with me. This had to do with the taxi cab company that he owned, which is just something he owned, and medallions and borrowing money and a lot of things, but it had nothing to do with me. He represented a lot of people over the years. But they take this payment and they call it a legal expense, and you heard it today for the first time. This is what I got indicted over. This is what took me off and takes me off the campaign trail, because I should be in Georgia now. I should be in Florida now. I should be in a lot of different places right now campaigning, and I'm sitting here. And this will go on for a long time. It's very unfair. The judge is conflicted, as you know. It's very unfair what's going on. And I should be allowed to campaign. And whoever heard of this, he got indicted for that? People in the court just said to me, I can't believe it. This is the case. So we did nothing wrong. The other thing is, if this were such a great case, why didn't the Southern District bring it? Who looked at it, turned it down? Why didn't numerous other agencies and law enforcement groups look at it? Because it was shown to everybody. And very importantly, why didn't the federal elections do anything about it? Because this is federal, it's not state. They're trying to make it a state case, whatever. And it's not state, it has nothing to do. It's never happened before, I believe. Never happened before. This has never happened before, where the state tries to insert itself in federal elections. Nobody's ever seen it. But you know, federal elections took a total pass on it. They said essentially nothing was done wrong, or they would have done something about it. They're tough. They would have done something about it. But they said nothing, and they said, we're going to take a pass. Because they couldn't even believe it. Actually, if you read their letter, they couldn't even believe it. They were incredulous. And yet, Bragg picks it up. Now, with Bragg, if you look, when he first came in, he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. Now, when are they going to look at Pomerantz and what Pomerantz did? Because that's bad stuff. And when are they going to look at all the lies that Cohen did in the last trial? He got caught lying in the last trial. So he got caught lying, pure lying. And when are they going to look at that? Now we'll go to another subject, because just a few blocks away, as you know, they had a trial on the $175 million. That's Letitia James. It's all coming out of the White House, by the way. And that's in front of Judge Engoron. And the judge really didn't know anything. He didn't know about collateral security. He said, supposing it goes down. Well, it doesn't go down because it's cash. I put up $175 million in cash, and we have a bonding company do it. And he challenged the bonding company that maybe the bonding company was no good. Well, they're good, and they also have $175 million of collateral, my collateral. But the judge didn't know anything about it. He didn't know what the $175 million cash meant. He had no idea what anything meant. And he had no idea what he did in the trial. And he charged me hundreds of millions of dollars on something where I'm totally innocent. But if you look at what happened today, Judge Engoron should not have done that trial. Should have gone to the business division where they have complex business trials. But actually, it should have never been brought because I didn't overestimate. You know, they say I overestimated. If you look at the numbers, they're underestimated. I underestimated. I did the opposite of what they said. And the reason that they tried to, and they did it for their own narrative, they valued a $1 billion asset at $18 million. They valued other assets in as little, in order to build their narrative. They wanted to build a narrative. But if you look, and I have a complete record of what happened, Judge Engoron had no idea what was going on, didn't understand the most simple concepts. And this is the man that took a case, and this is why businesses, they're moving out of New York. Because they can't be subject to this. They'd be put out of business. They're moving out of New York because of it. But Judge Engoron had absolutely no idea what had happened. He didn't realize we put up 175. But when he found out we put it up, he said, what happens if it goes up or down? I said, it doesn't, or they said, it doesn't go up or down. It's cash that we put up, all cash. Very few people could do that. And the deal was approved with the Attorney General, if you can believe that. But the deal was approved. She just tried to embarrass everybody, and she tried to embarrass a very good bonding company by saying they weren't creditworthy. Well, they were creditworthy, and what was more important is they had a security, $175 million that I put up. But the point here is that the judge had no idea what was happening. And this is the same judge that 2 months ago made a ruling that shook the world. It shook the world because everyone knows going to that trial I did nothing wrong. And over here, I did nothing wrong also. This is a Biden witch hunt to keep me off the campaign trail. So far, it's not working because my poll numbers are higher than they've ever been because the public understands that it's a witch hunt. Thank you very much.
Mr. Trump, what was it like hearing the Access Hollywood tape? Are you worried about Stormy Daniels testifying against you?
Where's Melania?